Have you ever wondered where the idea of dragons truly came from? Not just as myth or legend, but as something deeper, something born from the very essence of fear, power, and a darkness that sought to rule the world. Picture this: long before knights in shining armor or tales around campfires, there was a being so consumed by hatred and ambition that he crafted monsters not just to destroy, but to dominate the minds and hearts of all who opposed him. That being was Morgoth, the first Dark Lord, and his most terrifying invention was the dragon, a creature designed not merely to kill, but to break the spirit of an entire age. Wherever you are right now, whether you're listening under a midday sun or in the quiet of a starlit night, we'd love to know what part of the world you're joining us from, and what time your own journey into this ancient tale begins. Let us know in the comments. Your story is part of ours tonight. In the shadowed forges of Angband, a place of fire and despair, Morgoth stood over his latest creation, a twisted, serpentine beast, its scales still soft like newborn armor, its eyes burning with a malice that seemed older than the world itself. Chained to molten rock, this creature was more than a weapon. It was an embodiment of terror, forged in the deepest pits of darkness to serve a purpose far greater than simple destruction. Morgoth did not seek only to defeat his enemies. He aimed to shatter their hope, to make them doubt the very light they fought for. And as the first dragon stirred, breathing heat that cracked the stone beneath it, a new kind of fear was born, one that would echo through ages of myth and memory. This was no accident of evolution or random act of malice. The creation of the dragon was a calculated strategy, the last and most devastating move in a war for the soul of Middle-earth. And watching silently from the shadows was Sauron, Morgoth's chief lieutenant, already envisioning how such a beast could serve even greater ambitions of control and domination. As the distant echoes of elven horns signaled scouts, drawing near to Morgoth's borders, the stage was set for a confrontation that would ignite the first dragon fire in history and change the nature of fear itself. What follows is the story of how dragons were created, not as creatures of fantasy, but as instruments of psychological warfare, designed to haunt the imagination long after the flames had died. Beneath a sky dusted with cold, distant stars, the young beast stirred with a hunger that was not its own. It was a deep, gnawing void implanted in its mind by its master, a compulsion to seek out the warmth and light of the living. Drawn by the distant glow of campfires and the murmur of elven voices, it moved through the night like a shadow given form, a serpentine shape of immense and terrible potential. The elven scouts stationed on the perimeter of the encampment felt a sudden, inexplicable dread, a chill that had nothing to do with the night air. They knocked arrows to bowstrings, their keen eyes scanning the darkness, but they were looking for orcs or wolves, not a nightmare made flesh. Without warning, it erupted from the tree line. In that first moment of revelation, it was not the size of the creature that struck terror into the hearts of the elves, but its sheer unnaturalness. Its scales, still fresh but hardening rapidly, gleamed with a sickly, metallic sheen in the firelight. Its eyes were twin pits of molten malice, reflecting no soul, only a profound and calculated hatred. A low rumble built in its chest, a sound like grinding stones deep within the earth. Then it opened its maw, and the world changed. The first breath was not a controlled jet of fire, but a great, rolling gout of uncontrolled flame. a wave of pure heat and destruction that washed over the nearest tents. Silk and canvas vanished in an instant, consumed into ash. Ancient trees, their bark still damp with evening dew, exploded into torches, casting a hellish, dancing light across the scene. The screams that followed were not just of pain, but of utter disbelief. These were the firstborn, ancient and wise, who had seen the light of the two trees and fought the shadows of Morgoth for centuries, yet they had never conceived of such a weapon. Their arrows, loosed with skill born of ages, struck the creature's hide and shattered or glanced away uselessly, the scales already becoming an impenetrable armor. Panic, pure and undiluted, shattered their disciplined ranks. This was not a retreat, it was a rout, a desperate scattering of a people who had just witnessed the rules of war rewritten before their eyes. The dragon, we would later know him as Glorang, did not pursue with strategic intent. It was a force of primal, destructive instinct, reveling in the heat and the chaos, trampling and burning, driven by the embedded will of its creator to test its horrific new power. High upon a windswept peak, far from the carnage, Morgoth Boglier watched the distant orange glow through a dark, polished seeing stone. The screams of the elves were a silent music to his spirit. But it was not the destruction of a few tents that brought a cold, satisfied smile to his lips. It was the sight of their terror. He saw them break. He saw their courage, a quality he had always despised, evaporate in the face of this unknown horror. In that moment, his strategy crystallized. Brute force could win battles, but it could not win the war for dominion over the hearts of elves and men. This fear was a far more potent and insidious weapon. It could rot hope from the inside, paralyze armies before they ever reached the field, and make the very sunlight seem doubtful. This success was a proof of concept. His mind, vast and twisted, was already racing, envisioning larger breeds, fiercer forms, winged monsters that could bring this terror to the very heavens. Yet even in that moment of utter defeat, a spark of defiance remained. The elven commander, his face streaked with soot, and his heart heavy with the loss of his warriors, found a moment of clarity amidst the chaos. Looking upon the dragon as it wreaked its havoc, he understood that this evil was beyond their power to contain. As he rallied the survivors for a desperate escape into the night, he swore a silent oath. He would send word, by the fastest riders and the most hidden paths, to the far west across the sea. He would carry the tidings of this new, fire-breathing evil to the Valar themselves. It was a plea born of desperation, a final hope that the guardians of the world might finally heed their long-ignored cries for aid, a single act that would set in motion events capable of turning the tide of the entire war. Deep within the suffocating heat and echoing clamor of Angband's lowest forges, the success of that first dragon did not lead to celebration, but to a frenzied escalation of industry. Morgoth's command was absolute and terrible. The assembly line of nightmares was to be expanded. The dark art of dragon making, once a solitary and secretive endeavor, was now industrialized on a monstrous scale. Balrogs, beings of shadow and flame themselves, became brutal taskmasters, their whips of fire driving lesser spirits and captive beings to horrific labor. They did not merely breed creatures, they forged them, hammering will and malice into physical form. The very air grew thick with the stench of seared flesh, molten metal, and a profound, spiritual despair. Captured beasts of the surface world, great wolves, bears, and other majestic creatures, were dragged in chains to these pits. There, they were broken and remade, their natural forms twisted and swollen with dark sorcery. The process was an abomination, a perversion of life itself, Morgoth's greatest theft. The secret fire of creation that he could never truly master was forced into these new vessels. Some were infused with the very essence of shadow, becoming creatures of bitter cold that could freeze a man's soul with a glance. The cold drakes, whose breath was a blight that killed not with heat, but by extinguishing all warmth and life. Others were bound with the furious, uncontainable energy of the earth's core, becoming the fire drakes, living volcanoes meant to burn armies to cinders. Sauron, ever the meticulous student of power, oversaw this ghastly experimentation with a chilling efficiency. He understood that terror was not a single note, but a symphony. He directed the creation of specialized breeds, each a different instrument of fear. The massive, wingless drakes were designed as siege engines, living battering rams to shatter fortress gates and trample legions underfoot. Then came the prototypes of the winged dragons, smaller and less stable, but holding the terrifying promise of a darkness that could blot out the sun itself. Most insidious of all were the cunning worms, creatures like Glorang, who were being imbued with a cruel and ancient intelligence, gifted with speech not to converse, but to lie, to mock, and to corrupt the minds of those who heard them. Amidst this hellish orchestra of creation, a single note of defiance was quietly struck. An elf, his name lost to all but memory, was forced to labor in the mines, hauling raw ore for the dark forges. His spirit, though battered, was not broken. One day, while sorting through a pile of unrefined metal, he overheard two of Morgoth's lieutenants speaking in hushed, excited tones. They spoke of a project beyond all others, the Great Dragon, a beast of such unimaginable size and power that it would be capable of not just destroying cities, but of melting the very mountains they stood upon. This was to be Morgoth's ultimate masterpiece, his final argument against the world of light. Knowing he would likely not survive to tell the tale, the elf did the only thing he could. With a sharp piece of stone, and with hands bleeding from endless labor, he carefully scratched a warning into a flat piece of ore. In the elegant script of his people, he etched what he had heard, a prophecy of a coming fire that would end all things. He then slipped the message back into a cart, destined for the surface, a single leaf on a river of darkness, hoping against hope that it might one day be found by friendly eyes and serve as a warning to the free peoples of Middle-earth. Yet for all this progress, Morgoth's inherent impatience began to poison his own grand design. Watching from his dark throne, he saw the slow, meticulous work of his forges and grew restless. The war above was ongoing. His enemies were regrouping. The taste of victory from the first dragon's attack was not enough. He craved total, immediate domination. In a fit of rage, he issued a new command. The next wave of dragons, many of them still adolescent and not fully hardened, were to be unleashed immediately. Sauron, the pragmatist, likely saw the folly in this, the risk of sending out imperfect weapons that might be more vulnerable, more unstable, but he did not object. He understood that Morgoth's strategy was shifting from the perfection of terror to the overwhelming shock of its sheer, brutal quantity. The age of the dragon had begun, but its first official chapter would be written not by flawless monsters, but by a rushed and terrifying horde. The shadow of Morgoth's ambition now fell upon the great dwarven strongholds of the Blue Mountains, a place once thought unassailable. From the deep, winding tunnels carved with generations of care, the sound of hammers and industry echoed, a symphony of order and strength. But that order was about to be shattered by a new kind of chaos. High above the mountain passes, a shape moved against the sun, a great serpentine form leading a pack of younger, eager dragons. This was Glorang, the father of dragons, no longer a mere experiment, but a seasoned general of terror, executing a darker, more sophisticated strategy. His assault was not a blind rampage. It was a calculated, coordinated attack designed to exploit the very foundations of dwarven strength. The dragons did not land to engage in battle. They remained airborne, unleashing torrents of liquid fire onto the mountainsides. Their target was not the dwarven warriors, but the stone itself. They aimed their flames at the intricate network of mine entrances and ventilation shafts, the lungs of the underground kingdom. The intense heat caused the rock to fracture and explode, collapsing tunnels and trapping entire clans deep within the earth. Then came the smoke. They breathed thick, choking clouds of black fumes directly into the remaining openings, using the mountain's own architecture as a weapon to suffocate the defenders within. The dwarves, masters of defense and close-quarter combat, were completely unprepared for an enemy they could not reach. Their finest armor, forged in the heart of the mountain and capable of turning aside any blade or arrow, became a death sentence as the searing dragon fire turned the metal white hot, cooking the warriors inside. Their legendary axes and warhammers were useless against foes who rained destruction from the sky. The very resilience that defined their culture became a trap as they held their ground too long, believing they could outlast the assault. It was a brutal lesson in the evolution of warfare, and the price was the loss of ancestral halls, unimaginable treasures, and countless lives. As the dwarven lines broke, and they were forced into a desperate retreat deeper into the darkest, most secure chambers of the mountains, a profound shift occurred in the wider war. Morgoth's spies, hidden among the refugees and traders, carried reports back to Angband that a crucial victory had been won, not just on the battlefield, but in the minds of the free peoples. A deep-seated doubt began to spread. If the impregnable dwarven fortresses could fall so completely, what hope did any kingdom have? The fear born from that first elven camp had now matured into a strategic weapon, eroding the very will to resist. Yet, in the deepest hall, surrounded by his grieving thanes, the dwarven king displayed a courage far greater than mere defiance on the battlefield. Humbled by the scale of the defeat, but unbroken in spirit, he made a decision that went against generations of isolation and pride. He understood that the enemy they faced could not be defeated by any one people alone. Calling for his most swift and trusted messengers, he gave them a perilous task: to brave the dragon-infested skies and seek out the High King of the Elves. Their mission was to propose an alliance, a united front against the shadow. It was an acknowledgement that only by combining the dwarves' strength of earth and forge with the elves' wisdom and power could they hope to counter a terror of this magnitude. But Glorang, the instrument of this despair, was not commanded by mere hunger for gold or a thirst for slaughter. As the dwarves retreated, he displayed a chilling intelligence. Ignoring the opportunity to pursue the broken remnants of their army, he instead turned his gaze eastward, toward the vast, shimmering forests of the elves. He was drawn by a command deeper and darker than any order to kill. His new objective was to break the spirit of the land itself. The forests were more than just elven homes. They were places of light, memory, and power, deeply connected to the essence of the firstborn. By burning them, by poisoning the very soil with his foul presence, Glorang aimed to sever the elves' connection to the world, to make them feel like exiles in their own home, and in doing so, extinguish the last great beacon of hope in Beleriand. The verdant realm of Doriath, a sanctuary woven from ancient magic and timeless song, had long stood as a bastion against the encroaching shadow. Its forests were deep and alive, its rivers ran clear with the memory of starlight, and its heart was protected by the girdle of Melian, an enchantment of such power that it turned away all evil, making the kingdom invisible and impenetrable to Morgoth's servants. But the dragons were a new kind of evil, a weapon designed not just to break gates, but to break the very concept of sanctuary itself. As Glorung and his brood swept into the green wood, they did not encounter a barrier that repelled them. Instead, they met a force that slowed and contained their advance, like flies struggling in unseen amber. Melian the Maya, Queen of Doriath, stood at the center of her power, her will a shield against the onslaught. The dragons could not fully penetrate her realm, but they needed only to reach its edges to achieve their dark purpose. Along the borders of the enchanted forest, a horror unfolded that was far more profound than simple destruction. The dragons did not just breathe fire, they exhaled a concentrated malice, a spiritual poison that was the very essence of Morgoth's hatred for all things that grew and lived freely. Where their flames touched, the earth did not merely char, it died. The soil turned black and hard, becoming a brittle, lifeless crust from which no seed would ever sprout. The rivers, once sparkling and sweet, were fouled with ash and a creeping, viscous film that killed the fish and made the waters undrinkable, a toxic brew that would sicken any who dared taste it for years to come. The great trees, the pillars of the forest, were not just burned but blighted, their remains standing as grotesque, blackened statues to the ruin that had passed. This was ecological warfare, an attack on the cycle of life itself, ensuring that even if the armies of Doriath won the day, they would return to a home that could no longer sustain them. From his throne of darkness, Morgoth watched this desolation through his palantir, the seeing stone that brought him visions of despair. His satisfaction was immense, but it was not the simple joy of a conqueror gaining land. He savored something far more subtle and cruel, the psychological victory. He watched the faces of the elven scouts as they returned from the blighted borders, their eyes wide not with the fear of death, but with the horror of irreversible loss. He saw the despair that spread among the people of Doriath, a quiet grief for the silent forests and the poisoned streams, for a future that seemed suddenly barren and finite. They felt a profound helplessness, the chilling realization that their enemy could wield a power that could not be fought with swords or arrows, a power that could erase the beauty of the world itself. This was the true victor, he making his enemies feel the weight of their own powerlessness against overwhelming, senseless ruin. Within her halls, Queen Melian felt this despair as a sharp pain. a sorrow for the suffering of her people and the wounding of the land she loved. Yet, her nature as a Maya, a being of the blessed realm, allowed her to perceive the world on a level deeper than the physical. As she focused her power against the dragons, holding the girdle firm, she began to sense the intricate threads of will that animated the great beasts. She perceived them not as independent creatures of spirit and body, like the children of Iluvatar, but as hollow things, vast and powerful shells filled with a single, dominating consciousness, the will of Morgoth. They were puppets of immense scale, their every action a direct reflection of their master's focus and command, and in that perception, she detected a flaw, a critical weakness in their terrifying design. Their strength was also their fragility. They were bound utterly to a single source. Should that source's attention waver, should its will be fractured or drawn elsewhere, these forces of immense destruction could become directionless, even confused, reverting to base instinct without strategic purpose. She brought this crucial insight to her husband, King Thingol, the proud and steadfast ruler of Doriath. The beast that gnaws at our borders is mighty, she might have said, but its mind is not its own. It is a weapon, and a weapon must be aimed. Should the hand that aims it be stayed, even for a moment, the blow may go astray. Thingol, a king who valued knowledge and lore as much as he valued his sword, listened intently. He understood that this was not a riddle for soldiers, but for scholars and strategists. Immediately, he turned his attention from mustering armies to consulting the oldest and most obscure scrolls in his vast library. He sought not accounts of battles, but of creation itself, not tales of military strategy, but of spiritual binding and the nature of will. He began a desperate race against time, researching any mention of how such a profound domination of one spirit over another might be broken, or how a creation might be turned against its creator. He was searching for the key to a lock that held back annihilation, a theoretical flaw in Morgoth's greatest weapon that could, perhaps, be exploited to save what remained of their scarred and bleeding world. Far from the smoldering ruins of the forests, in the deepest and most secure chamber of Angband, a council of a different kind was gathering. This was not a meeting of hopeful allies, but a convocation of shadows. Morgoth, the Dark Lord, sat upon his throne of volcanic rock, the very air around him thick with malice and ambition. Before him stood his most trusted and terrible captains, Sauron, the Lieutenant of Cunning, Gothmog, the Lord of Balrogs, and other lieutenants whose names were curses upon the tongues of elves. The success of the dragons had not brought a declaration of all-out war, but had instead inspired a far more sinister and calculated strategy. Morgoth leaned forward, the fiery light in his eyes, casting grotesque shadows on the faces of his servants, and he began to unveil his ultimate design. The great beasts have done their work well, he might have said, his voice a low rumble like shifting tectonic plates. They have shown us that the strength of our enemies is a brittle shell. But to crush that shell entirely with brute force would be a waste. It would require all our might and leave us weakened. There is a far more efficient path to victory. He explained that the true purpose of the dragons was not to win the war through strength of arms alone. Their primary weapon was not their flame, but the fear they ignited. His goal was to use that fear as a toxin, seeping into the hearts and minds of the free peoples, making them fearful, paranoid, and hopelessly divided. A terrified enemy, he knew, hesitates. They second-guess their leaders. They hoard resources instead of sharing them, and they see betrayal in every shadow. This internal rot would cause them to make fatal mistakes, eventually leading them to surrender or collapse from within without the need for a single, costly, full-scale battle. To execute this plan, he issued new, precise orders. The days of indiscriminate burning were over. Now, the attacks were to be surgical and strategic. He commanded targeted strikes on the very foundations of civilization, the granaries and supply lines that fed armies, the remote farms that sustained villages, and the places of profound cultural significance, the sacred groves, the libraries of lore, the silent tombs of kings. The objective was to erode morale, not just in soldiers, but in every citizen. By destroying the means of survival and the symbols of heritage, he aimed to create a flood of desperate refugees. These fleeing masses would then become unwitting agents of his will, carrying tales of unimaginable horror and spreading a pandemic of panic to every safe haven they reached, effectively poisoning the wells of hope throughout the land. It was then that Sauron, ever the master of manipulation, offered a suggestion that delighted his master's cruel heart. Why let their fear be born only of what they see? He might have proposed, we can use the dragon's frightening presence to make smaller threats seem apocalyptic. He outlined a plan of psychological warfare where the mere rumor of a dragon's approach would be enough to empty a city. A burned field could be described as an entire region turned to ash. A single scouting drake could be reported as an entire flight of winged terrors. The dragons would become spectral demons, their legend growing so large that the free peoples would exhaust themselves fighting phantoms, their morale crumbling long before the real army of darkness ever arrived at their gates. Morgoth approved this eagerly, savoring the elegant cruelty of defeating his foes with their own imaginations. Unseen by any in that dark council, however, a listener overheard every word of this terrifying strategy. A bold elf scout, captured during a recent raid on the outskirts of the Blighted Lands, was bound and hidden behind a jagged outcrop of rock, intended for interrogation or worse. As he listened to Morgoth's chillingly brilliant plan, his initial fear transformed into a cold, hard resolve. He understood now that the real battle was not against claws and flame. Those were merely the tools. The true war was being waged against their spirit, against their very will to hope. It was a battle against despair itself. Silently, he made a vow, not just to escape, but to carry this crucial intelligence back to the leaders of the free peoples. They had to be warned that the enemy they were fighting was not just a monster of physical might, but a strategist of the soul, and that to survive, they would have to find a way to armor their hearts as well as their bodies. The air in the cavern was thick with the smell of smoke and the panicked shouts of orcs. The dragon's roar from outside was not a sound of ordered attack, but one of raw, untamed fury, a younger beast, perhaps, its instincts overtaking its master's command. In the sudden chaos, as the guards assigned to watch the prisoners scrambled toward the commotion, one captive saw his moment. His name was Lomian, and his spirit, though wearied by captivity, had not been broken. He knew these tunnels not from maps, but from the forced labor of hauling ore through their twisting depths. While the shadows danced with confusion, he slipped his bonds, not with strength, but with a desperate, cunning twist he had practiced in the dark for what felt like an age. He moved not like a warrior, but like a wisp of smoke, using the pandemonium as his cloak. A sudden gout of flame licked through a fissure in the cavern wall, searing his back with a pain so absolute it nearly stole his consciousness. But that pain became his fuel, a brutal reminder of the horror he had to escape, and the vital warning he alone now carried. He did not look back. He ran into the deeper, older tunnels, places even the orcs feared, guided by a memory of stone and a hope as fragile as a single star in a black sky. For days he traveled, a phantom in the underworld, his wound a burning brand upon him. He drank from bitter, stagnant pools and ate nothing, his body sustained only by the weight of the knowledge screaming in his mind. When he finally stumbled into the open air, the pale sunlight was a blinding, beautiful agony. He was in the south, in lands not yet fully claimed by the shadow. He was found by elven scouts, mere boys who looked upon his scarred and emaciated form with a mixture of pity and alarm. They brought him to the hidden command camp of the High King Fingolfin, a place of ordered tents and grim resolve, a stark contrast to the chaotic ruin he had fled. Collapsing before the king, his voice a raw scrape against his throat, Lomian poured out his terrible report. He spoke not of armies massing, but of a strategy of the spirit. He revealed that the dragons were not independent monsters, but extensions of a single, dominating will, that their true weapon was the fear they sowed, a poison meant to rot alliances and paralyze resistance from within. And then he shared the critical weakness he had overhead in Morgoth's own throne room. This absolute control was also a crippling vulnerability. The great beasts were puppets, and their strings were held taut by the focused mind of the Dark Lord. Should that focus be shattered, even for a moment, the coordination of these terrifying weapons would falter. A profound silence fell over the king's council. They had been planning for a war of armies against armies, but this was a war of perception against will. Fingolfin, a king whose nobility was etched into his very being, listened with a growing, furious light in his eyes. He saw the brilliance and the cruelty of Morgoth's plan, and in Lomian's final words, he saw not a desperate piece of intelligence, but a key. He saw a chance to trade a king for a world. His decision was not one of suicidal despair, but the ultimate strategic sacrifice. He would not rally his armies for a final, doomed charge. Instead, he would become the distraction himself. He would challenge Morgoth to single combat. He knew he could not win. No elf could, but he did not need to win. He needed to provoke. He needed to draw the Dark Lord's entire furious attention onto himself, to make Morgoth so consumed by rage and pride that he would forget to guide his instruments of terror. It was a gambit to turn the Dark Lord's greatest strength, his all-consuming ego, into a momentary weakness for his entire war machine. As Fingolfin rode forth alone, his silver armor gleaming against the bleak landscape, his horn crying a challenge that echoed with the defiance of the entire free peoples, a shift began in the fabric of the shadow around Angband. The great dragons, which had been moving with a dreadful, coordinated purpose, suddenly twitched and stirred as if waking from a dream. Their attacks on a nearby elven outpost, which had been relentless and precise, became clumsy, disjointed. One beast would breathe its fire, while another blocked its line of sight. A third would land clumsily, its movements becoming more bestial and less tactical. They could feel it, a tremor in the will that bound them, a sudden, raging heat in the mental connection to their master. Morgoth's immense consciousness, which had been spread across the entire battlefield like a net, was now being violently yanked inward, focused entirely on the one audacious speck of light, daring to challenge him at his very gates. The flawless orchestra of fear was losing its conductor, and the first discordant notes of chaos began to sound, proving the truth of a dying elf's warning and the incredible courage of a king's sacrifice. The ground shook not from the march of armies, but from the footsteps of a single king. Fingolfin's challenge, a blast of silver horn and pure defiance, struck the very gates of Angband like a physical blow. It was an act that defied all military logic, a personal insult so profound that Morgoth, for all his calculated malice, found his pride overriding his strategy. He could not ignore it. To have this shining remnant of the light he so despised shouting his true name, Morgoth, the dark enemy of the world, at his own doorstep, was an affront that demanded a personal, crushing response. As the massive iron-reinforced gates groaned open and the Dark Lord emerged, a figure of shadow and terrible majesty, clad in black armor and wielding Grond, the hammer of the underworld, the entirety of his immense and terrible consciousness, a will that had been directing the symphony of destruction across the entire continent, snapped into a single, furious focus. The legendary duel that followed was a cataclysm in miniature. Each of Grond's impacts cratered the earth, and the ring of Fingolfin's sword, Eärendil, was like the clear, desperate cry of hope itself against the overwhelming gloom. And though the Elven King was ultimately slain, his resistance was far from a failure. He had proven that Morgoth could be wounded, both physically and in his immeasurable pride, leaving a permanent limp and a scar of shame that would never fully heal. But the most immediate, strategic victory was invisible to the eye. For the duration of that titanic struggle, the web of dark will that Morgoth had been spinning to control his forces went utterly slack. The dragons, which had been moving with a horrifying, hive-minded coordination, suddenly shuddered as if awakening from a deep trance. The effect was instantaneous chaos. A great fire drake, mid-strake on an elven cavalry unit, suddenly broke off its attack, veering wildly into the sky as if confused by its own purpose. On another front, two younger cold drakes, deprived of the guiding intelligence that prevented them from seeing each other as rivals, turned on one another in a savage, shrieking battle over territory, their frost and claws doing more damage to Morgoth's own orc legions than the elven arrows had. Without the Dark Lord's constant, micromanaging command, the Balrogs left to oversee the war effort were completely overwhelmed. These beings of flame and shadow were mighty warriors, not subtle puppet masters. They could lash the dragons with their whips of fire, but they could not replace the singular, dominating consciousness that had given the beasts their strategic direction. The assault on the Free Peoples devolved from a calculated campaign of terror into a series of sporadic, violent, and ultimately disorganized outbursts. This critical lapse did not go unnoticed by the leaders of the elves and men, where before they had seen only an unstoppable, intelligent tide of flame, they now witnessed hesitation, infighting, and a lack of overarching plan. The High King's sacrifice had not been in vain. It had handed them a key insight and a precious window of opportunity. A rallying cry went up, not just of defiance, but of newfound understanding. They realized they were not fighting an invincible force of nature, but a system that was powerful yet brittle, and entirely dependent on the focus of its central commander. With coordinated counterattacks, they pushed back against the disorganized forces, reclaiming key mountain passes and river crossings that had been lost in the initial, terrifying onslaught. For a brief, shining period, hope was not just a concept, but a battle standard they could actually follow to victory. Back in his throne room, nursing his wounds and his wounded pride, Morgoth's rage was a cold, volcanic thing. The temporary setback inflicted by Fingolfin's sacrifice was a lesson he would not forget. He saw the flaw in his design with terrible clarity. His absolute control was also an absolute vulnerability. He needed a weapon that could not be neutralized by a distraction. No matter how monumental, he would not make the same mistake again. In the deepest, most secret forges of Angband, where not even his Balrog captains were permitted to go, he initiated his ultimate project. This would not be another mindless beast animated by his will. This would be a creature of a completely different order, a dragon imbued with a terrifying, independent consciousness, a cunning and strategic mind of its own, capable of understanding complex commands and executing them with ruthless efficiency without needing a constant psychic tether. It would be a being of immense power that could also think for itself, a general of the skies, and he would name this ultimate masterpiece of weaponry Ancalagon, the Black, a name that would soon become synonymous with the end of all hope. Beneath the world, in a chamber so deep, the very rock groaned with a heat that predated the sun. A new kind of evil was taking shape. This was no mere expansion of the dragon forges. This was a singular act of creation, a perversion of life, so profound it drew upon the deepest wells of Morgoth's own spirit. Here, in the absolute darkness, the Dark Lord worked not with tools or machinery, but with raw will and ancient, forbidden song. He poured into this nascent form not just the fury of fire and the strength of stone, but the very essence of his own malice, his hatred for the light of the Valar, his envy of Iluvatar's creation, and his boundless ambition to unmake all that was not his own. This was to be his masterpiece, his final argument, Ancalagon the Black, a dragon conceived not as a soldier, but as a living cataclysm. Sauron, ever the master craftsman of darkness, orchestrated the supporting rituals with a chilling precision that contrasted with his master's raw, volcanic output. While Morgoth imbued the growing beast with its core animating spirit, Sauron chanted binding spells in a tongue that crackled with static energy, calling forth lesser spirits of tempest and shadow from the void. These entities were not slain and were made like the souls of beasts. They were captured and woven into the fabric of the dragon's being, becoming the sinew of its wings and the source of its breath. One spirit of relentless gale was bound to grant it impossible speed and the power to shatter fortresses with the wind from its wings alone. Another, a creature of absolute void, was fused into its scales, making them not just hard, but actively absorbent of light and hope. This intricate process was designed for one crucial purpose: to create a weapon of immense power that possessed its own terrifying intelligence and strategic mind, capable of operating with brutal autonomy. Ancalagon would not need Morgoth's constant mental guidance. It would understand its master's will at a profound level and execute it with a ruthless, independent cunning, forever erasing the flaw that Fingolfin had so tragically exposed. Watching this horror unfold from the shadows of a narrow service ledge was an elf named Eärendil, his features gaunt and disguised by the grime and soot of a thrall. He had infiltrated Angband years before, his spirit sustained by a single purpose: to learn the enemy's ultimate designs. What he witnessed now froze the blood in his veins. This was beyond any weapon they had prepared for. As a team of Sauron's lesser Maiar attendants carefully unrolled a massive schematic of binding circles to begin a new phase of the ritual, opportunity presented itself. A shift in the unstable energies of the chamber caused a minor containment flare, and in the moment of confusion, as the dark attendants scrambled to stabilize it, a corner of the precious scroll, scorched by the flare, was knocked loose and skittered across the floor, coming to rest near Eärendil's feet. His heart hammering against his ribs, he moved with a speed born of sheer terror, snatching the fragment, a section detailing the spiritual anchors binding the void spirit to the physical form, and melting back into the ventilation shaft from which he came. His escape was a blind, desperate race through pitch-black tunnels, the stolen fragment of nightmare burning a hole in his tunic, a sliver of darkness he hoped his people's lore masters could use to find a sliver of light. The theft was discovered almost immediately. The scroll was not mere parchment. It was a focus of immense power, and the rupture in its energy signature was like a silent alarm. Morgoth's rage was not a shout, but a sudden, oppressive silence that fell over all of Angband. He did not need to be told what was missing or who had taken it. His perception swept through his domain, and he felt the absence, the taint of an alien hope fleeing his grasp. Time, the one enemy he could not simply crush, had now turned against him. His perfect weapon, requiring centuries of stable, careful growth to reach its full, invincible potential, was now a vulnerability. The elves had a key to its design. In a decision of pure, strategic fury, Morgoth made a brutal choice. He would sacrifice long-term stability for immediate, overwhelming power. Plunging his own hands into the core of the incubating horror, he flooded Ancalagon's form with raw, unrefined power from the depths of his being, accelerating its growth with a violence that cracked the chamber's floor. The beast's form began to swell and distort at a terrifying rate, its scales hardening in jagged, uneven plates, its consciousness awakening not with calculated cunning, but with a primal, world-ending hunger. It would be vast as a mountain range sooner than planned. Its wings would indeed blot out the sun, but it would be a force of nature barely under control, a hurricane given teeth and hate, unleashed because the forecast of war had suddenly changed. The stolen scroll fragment, still humming with a dark energy that made the air around it shimmer, was delivered into the hands of the lore masters of Gondolin by the trembling, soot-stained elf, Eärendil. He had crossed leagues of dragon-blighted land, a ghost moving through a nightmare, driven by the knowledge that the fate of his entire world was sewn into the lining of his cloak. In the luminous, crystalline library of the hidden city, the wisest of the Noldor pored over the sinister diagrams. The script was not of any language they knew, but a series of arcane sigils and binding circles that spoke of a profound and terrible art. For days they worked, their faces growing pale as they unraveled the secret of Ancalagon's creation. They discovered that the dragon's immense power was not self-sustaining. It was a borrowed flame, a theft from the deepest fires of the earth. Its heart was not an organ of flesh, but a vessel containing a sliver of the primordial fire that had burned at the world's beginning, a fire Morgoth had somehow contained and corrupted. The terrifying conclusion was clear. If that core of ancient fire could be reached, if it could be extinguished or stolen back, the entire construct of Ancalagon could potentially unravel, its bound spirits scattering, and its immense physical form collapsing into inert ash. Presented with this desperate sliver of hope, King Turgon faced a choice heavier than any crown. Gondolin had been built as a perfect, final refuge, a secret to be preserved at all costs. To send anyone out now, directly into the heart of the enemy's stronghold, was to almost certainly condemn them to a death more horrific than any battlefield could offer. Yet to do nothing was to await a doom that would eventually find them, no matter how strong their hidden walls. With a heart of lead, he approved the mission. A small company of volunteers, the most skilled and stealthy of his people, was assembled. Theirs was not a quest for glory, but for sacrifice. They were to slip back into the darkness they had just escaped, to descend into the deepest pits of Angband and attempt the impossible, to find and quench the very heart of the coming darkness. As they received their final blessings and melted into the secret ways out of the valley, a silent prayer followed them, not for their victory, for that seemed unimaginable, but that their deaths might purchase a chance, however small, for the world to live. Morgoth's fury at the theft was a storm that shook the foundations of his own fortress. The security breach was an insult that burned hotter than any dragon's fire. His all-seeing gaze, though it could not pierce the magical veils protecting Gondolin, swept the surrounding lands, and from intercepted whispers and the terrified babbling of captured scouts, he pieced together enough. He knew the general region where the hidden city lay, a valley in the mountains that had long been a thorn in his side. His strategy instantly evolved. The careful, psychological warfare of fear was no longer enough. The time for subtlety had passed. This called for immediate, overwhelming, and total annihilation. He would burn the entire region off the map. From the gates of Angband, he unleashed a new horror, a wave of his younger, more aggressive, and less controlled dragons. They were not sent with a complex battle plan, but with a single, simple command: find the valley and burn everything in it until the very stones melted and ran like water. The sky above the encircling mountains grew dark with their numbers, a migrating storm of scale and flame, their shrieks echoing down from the peaks as they began their systematic, brutal search. Within the white walls of Gondolin, the mood shifted from one of hidden security to one of grim preparation, for a siege they knew was now inevitable. The once secret paths were sealed with rock and magic. The great gates were reinforced with spells of warding and bars of steel. On the walls, elven archers watched the skies, their arrows tipped with spells designed to pierce scaled hide. The beautiful, peaceful plazas were transformed into triage centers and armories. The people, who had lived for centuries in isolated peace, now moved with a determined urgency. They understood that Morgoth's strategy had fundamentally changed. This was no longer an attempt to make them afraid. It was a declaration that they would not be allowed to exist at all. The dragons outside were not just weapons, they were instruments of absolute erasure. And with every hour that passed, the distant, earth-shaking roars from the depths of Angband reminded them that their only hope, a handful of their bravest, was walking directly into the mouth of the beast, racing against the final awakening of an evil that would make this siege look like a mere spark before the inferno. The air within the geothermal vent was a suffocating mix of scorching heat and acrid fumes, a breath that burned the lungs and stung the eyes. This was the forgotten back door into hell, a fissure in the earth's crust, created by the same violent forces that powered Angband's forges. Glor, a lord of golden hair and unwavering courage, led the small band of elven volunteers downward into the oppressive darkness. Their only guide was the stolen scroll fragment, its sinister sigils now illuminated by a soft, contained light from a crystal one of them carried. Each symbol on the parchment seemed to pulse in time with the deep, rhythmic thrumming that now vibrated through the rock beneath their feet, a heartbeat not of this world. The deeper they went, the more the air itself seemed to thicken with malice, a palpable pressure that weighed on their spirits as heavily as the mountain weighed on their bodies. They emerged onto a narrow, crumbling ledge overlooking a cavern of such immense scale that it defied comprehension. Below them, in a vast pit of polished obsidian, burned the source of the thrumming, the heart fire. It was not a simple flame, but a contained maelstrom of primordial energy, a swirling vortex of white-hot light and deepest shadow, crackling with power that felt older than the sun. And it was guarded. 2 Balrogs, their forms wreathed in shadow and whipfire, stood like statues of living nightmare at the chamber's entrance. Above them, coiled on perches of jagged rock, lesser dragons the size of large horses snapped and hissed, their eyes glowing with a dimmer echo of the great fire they were bound to protect. But the sight that truly stole the breath from their lungs was in an adjacent cavern, visible through a colossal archway of stone. There, the near-complete form of Ancalagon, the black stirred in its forced slumber. Its scales, each one larger than a shield, were shifting from a molten red to a hard, dull black, cooling into a substance harder than adamant. With each beat of the heart fire, the massive form seemed to grow incrementally larger, a mountain range in the act of being born. Time, which had felt like a luxury during their planning, was now a fraying thread. They had minutes, not hours. Findle did not hesitate. There was no grand speech, only a shared look of grim understanding with his companions. His role was the most terrible of all, to become the distraction. With a cry that was part defiance, part pure challenge, he leaped from the ledge, not toward the heart fire, but away from it, his drawn sword blazing with a brilliant silver light in the oppressive gloom. He landed amidst the lesser dragons, his first strike beheading one of the surprised creatures before it could even shriek. The effect was instantaneous and chaotic. The Balrogs, stirred from their vigil, turned their awful attention toward this single, shining point of insolence, their whips of flame lashing out. The remaining guard dragons took to the air in a frenzy, focusing entirely on this new and immediate threat. Glorfindel had become a beacon, drawing all the darkness toward himself. In that precious bought moment, another elf, a lore master named Celebrimbor, moved with the silence of a shadow. He carried a small, crystalline vessel filled with water, brought from a hidden spring in the blessed realm, water that held the pure, uncorrupted light of the 2 trees. As Glorfindel fought an impossible, whirling battle, parrying flame and claw, Celebrimbor reached the rim of the obsidian pit. The heat was unbearable, searing his skin and threatening to shatter the crystal in his hands. Chanting a prayer of unmaking, he poured the enchanted liquid into the heart of the maelstrom. The result was not an explosion, but a violent contradiction of elements. A scream that was not a sound, but a shockwave of pain, ripped through the chamber as the primordial fire recoiled from the touch of the pure light. The swirling vortex dimmed, its furious energy faltering. The light within it flickered and guttered like a dying candle. In the adjacent cavern, Ancalagon's immense form shuddered violently. The rhythmic hardening of its scales stuttered, then slowed to a crawl, as if the very process of its creation had been plunged into a deep freeze. They had done it. They had wounded the Unmaking at its source, but the cost was immediate and devastating. With the Guardians momentarily stunned by the spiritual shockwave, Findle saw his chance to disengage and flee. But as he turned, a whip of fire, wielded by the more cunning of the two Balrogs, wrapped around his ankle, pulling him off balance. In that split second, the largest of the guard dragons descended upon him, its talons piercing his radiant armor. Findle's final act was not one of defense, but of sacrifice. He drove his sword up through the beast's jaw and into its brain, slaying it even as its weight crushed him. His light was extinguished. Celebrimbor, seeing his lord fall and feeling the Balrog's attention, now turning toward him with a renewed and furious purpose, knew the mission was over. Grabbing a wounded comrade, he fled back into the vents, the echoes of their failure and their small, crucial victory chasing them into the dark. Far above, in his throne room, Morgoth Boglier screamed. It was not a scream of pain, but of violated fury. He felt the dimming of the heart fire as a sudden, cold void in his own spirit, a draining of power that was both physical and profound. The connection to his greatest weapon had been weakened, but his will was absolute. Enraged beyond measure, he did the only thing he could to salvage his masterpiece. Reaching deep into the core of his own being, into the vast reserves of power that made him a Vala, he began to pour his own raw essence downward, through the stone and into the faltering heart fire. It was an act of immense self-weakening, a draining of his native strength that would leave him permanently diminished, but it worked. Under this torrent of direct, divine energy, the heart fire flared back to life, burning even hotter and more violently than before. The delay had been mere moments. Ancalagon's growth not only resumed, it accelerated, fueled now by the very spirit of its creator. The dragon would be born on schedule, but its master had, in his desperation, bound its existence inextricably to his own, creating a vulnerability that would one day echo through the ages. The very foundations of Angband trembled not from siege, but from the stirring of its greatest occupant. A fissure opened in the peak of the volcanic fortress, a wound in the world from which smoke and darkness poured forth. Then came a sound that silenced the entire battlefield, a deep, grating inhalation, the sound of a hurricane being drawn into a single pair of lungs. When Ancalagon, the Black, emerged, he did not simply fly into the sky. He uncoiled into it, a wave of absolute shadow that seemed to have no end. His wings, when they finally spread to their full, impossible span, did not just block the sun. They created a new, terrible epoch of twilight. He was not merely larger than any dragon before him. He was of a different category entirely, a moving mountain range clad in scales that shattered light and hope in equal measure. His first act was not a mindless roar, but a series of sharp, guttural commands in the black speech that echoed across the plains, instantly organizing the chaotic lesser dragons into disciplined squadrons. The age of the mindless beast was over. The age of the dragon lord had begun. His assault was a masterpiece of calculated, intelligent malice. Previous dragon attacks had been waves of destruction. Ancalagon's was a surgical campaign designed to dismantle the very concept of resistance. He did not merely attack strongholds, he targeted their nervous systems. Flying at altitudes no elven arrow could reach, his forces pinpointed granaries and storehouses, bathing them in fire and condemning entire cities to slow death by starvation. He used psychological terror as a weapon, a tactic learned from his master, but perfected with his own cruel genius. He would surround a city, let the inhabitants see the ring of fire and scale, and then simply leave. For days or even weeks, the people would live in agonizing suspense, their hopes slowly, painfully returning as they dared to believe they had been spared. And then, when that hope was at its most fragile and vibrant, he would return without warning and erase them from the earth in a single, horrifying hour. This was not just destruction, it was a lesson in despair, teaching the free peoples that even hope itself was now a liability. The coordinated onslaught was more than any army could withstand. The elven kingdoms, once beacons of light and power, found their strategies useless. Their elegant battle formations were broken by dragon fire from above. Their hidden valley refuges were smoked out like animal dens. The great smithies of the dwarves, which had once turned out armor capable of withstanding any blade, were melted into pools of slag. A unified despair settled over the land, a grim acknowledgement that they were no longer fighting for victory, but for the manner of their ending. The sheer strategic brilliance of the attacks sent a shockwave of alarm, even across the sea, to the blessed realm of Valinor. The Valar, the guardians of the world, who had remained aloof from the wars of Middle-earth, felt the violent shift in the world's balance. In their timeless halls, they perceived that Morgoth had finally achieved his goal. He had created a force so absolute that it threatened to overturn the very music of creation and plunge all of Arda into an endless, dark silence. On the far western coasts of Middle-earth, a lone figure watched the eastern sky turn black with a grief that threatened to shatter his heart. Eärendil, a mariner of half-elven heritage, stood on the deck of his ship, Fingolfin, and witnessed the glow of burning forests and cities reflected on the underbelly of the immense cloud of smoke and dragons. He saw the strategic patterns from a distance, the terrifying intelligence behind the ruin, and he understood with a chilling certainty what the generals on the ground were only beginning to grasp. No army left on Middle-earth could stand against this. No courage, no strategy, no weapon forged by elf or dwarf could counter an evil of this magnitude. The war was already lost. Their only hope, a hope so thin it was almost invisible, lay in a desperate gamble. He would use the one skill he had left. He would sail. Turning his back on the burning world of his birth, he set a course into the uttermost west, into seas forbidden to mortals, steering his fragile boat toward the hidden shores of Valinor. His mission was to bypass the pride and politics that had kept the Valar away and to plead directly for intervention, to make them see that this was no longer a war between the children of Iluvatar and a fallen angel, but a battle for the existence of the world itself. As Fingolfin disappeared into the mists of the sunset, a presence of immense power turned its gaze from the ruined mainland. Ancalagon, his mind a nexus of tactical awareness, had been monitoring all movements across the continent. The departure of a single ship was a negligible event, but the direction it traveled due west registered in his consciousness as a potential anomaly. His strategic calculus was flawless. With the ground forces of the Free Peoples broken, only one conceivable threat remained that could challenge his absolute aerial dominance: the great eagles of Manwë. Nestled on their high, rocky island eyries, they were the only creatures in Middle-earth with the size, strength, and nobility to possibly contest the skies with his dragons. They could not be ignored. They had to be eradicated. With a silent command that resonated through the minds of his entire brood, he turned the vast armada of winged terror away from the smoldering cities and toward the last refuge of the air, intending to extinguish the final spark of freedom in the heavens and complete his dominion over every realm of the world. The journey across the sundering seas was a trial no mortal or elf had ever faced, a voyage into waters guarded by enchantment and despair. Eärendil's ship, Fingolfin, was a speck of wood on an ocean of chaos, battered by storms that felt sentient, as if the very waves themselves conspired to protect Morgoth's dominion. Dragon-ridden skies forced him to navigate by the cold light of stars, the Silmaril upon his brow serving as his only true compass, its pure light cutting through the oppressive gloom that sought to mislead him. For weeks he sailed, a solitary figure against the infinite gray, his spirit sustained not by the hope of victory, but by the memory of the burning shores he had left behind, the faces of those who had whispered their last, desperate pleas into the wind, trusting him to be their voice. When the air finally grew sweet and the waters calmed, he knew he had passed beyond the circles of the world and into the realm of myth itself. The first sight of the undying lands was not of warriors or cities, but of light, a soft, radiant light that soaked into the soul and spoke of a peace so profound it felt like a physical ache after the horrors he had witnessed. Stumbling onto the shores of Valinor, his strength finally failed him. He fell to his knees not in reverence, but in utter exhaustion, his clothes salt-stained and torn, his face etched with a grief that words could not capture. When the Valar approached, beings of such majesty and power that the air shimmered around them, he did not offer polished speeches or diplomatic entreaties. He spoke instead in raw, unvarnished truths, describing the sky blackened by wings, the forests turned to fields of ash, the strategic genius of a dragon lord who used hope itself as a weapon to be crushed. He told them of kingdoms that had stood for ages, melted into slag in a single hour, and of the silent, suffocating despair that had settled over the survivors. He held up the Silmaril, not as a treasure, but as evidence, its light a stark contrast to the darkness he described, a tangible piece of the world they had abandoned to its fate. His plea was not for pity, but for responsibility. He made them see that Morgoth was no longer just a rebel in their midst. He had become a cancer within their creation, and his dragons were the instruments of its utter unraveling. The silence that followed his words was heavier than any storm. The Valar, who had long remained aloof from the troubles of Middle-earth, weighing the consequences of their intervention against the free will of its peoples, now faced a simple, terrible equation. Morgoth's overreach was complete. In crafting Ancalagon, he had not merely built a weapon, he had attempted to forge a new, dark reality, a perversion of the original music of creation itself. This was a challenge they could not ignore. Their decision to intervene was not an act of conquest, but one of restoration, a direct, overwhelming response to a direct, overwhelming evil. They marshaled a host the likes of which the world had never seen, the Maiar in their full power, their forms radiating a terrifying purpose, and the Vanyar elves, the fairest and most powerful of their kind, who had never before set foot in Middle-earth, but now took up arms to save their distant kin. This would be the War of Wrath, a conflict so devastating it would literally reshape continents, understanding that only a power akin to divinity could unmake what a divine power had wrought. Back in Middle-earth, the first sign of this impending cataclysm was not an army on the horizon, but a shift in the very air. Ancalagon the Black, his consciousness a web of strategic awareness stretched across the land, felt it first, a cleansing energy blowing from the west, a wind that carried not smoke, but the scent of rain and ozone. It was a sensation that his corrupted spirit recoiled from, a palpable threat to the dominion of shadow he embodied, understanding that his time of unchallenged rule was now measured in days, if not hours. He unleashed his final, most desperate strategy. He redoubled his attacks with a frantic, terrifying intensity, no longer aiming for strategic dismantling, but for total, instantaneous annihilation. He sought to break the will of every last elf and man before this new power could arrive, to leave the Valar with nothing to save but a continent of ashes and graves. The skies grew even darker as every dragon and his brood took to the air in a continuous, screaming wave of fire, targeting not just strongholds, but every flicker of life they could find. Yet, for those enduring this final, brutal onslaught, strange signs began to pierce the despair. High above the smoke and fury, the great eagles of Manwë began to gather in numbers never before seen, circling the peaks not in flight, but in formation, their keen eyes watching the eastern horizon as if awaiting a signal. And each night, as the sun vanished behind the pall of smoke, a new star appeared in the sky, shining with a clear, steady light that the dragon fire could not dim. It was a light that felt familiar to the elves, an echo of the Silmaril that had been lost to them, and they interpreted it not as a celestial event, but as a promise. In the deepest, most secure caves, where the last of the free peoples huddled, stories began to spread whispered tales of Eärendil's quest, and the old prophecies that spoke of a mariner who would bring salvation from beyond the sea. That single, unwavering star became a symbol they could hold on to, a point of light in the overwhelming darkness that told them they had not been forgotten, and that the war for their world was about to change forever. The first light to pierce the smoke-choked skies of Beleriand was not the sun, but the radiance of a host from beyond the world. The Valar had come not as subtle guides, but as an army of restoration, their landing on the western shores, a cataclysm of pure, ordered power. The very sea recoiled from their prows, and the ground solidified beneath their feet, as if the land itself recognized its rightful stewards. Before them stood the desolation wrought by dragon fire, a continent choked in ash and despair. And above them, sensing this profound shift in the world's equilibrium, Ancalagon the Black turned his entire brood to face this new, ultimate threat. The War of Wrath did not begin with a battle cry. It began with a terrible, silent moment, as two impossibly vast powers sized each other up for the first time, one of shadow and one of light. That silence shattered with the first coordinated dive of the dragon legions. The sky, already dark, became a swirling maelstrom of scale and flame as thousands of winged terrors descended upon the Valinorian host. But the Valar were not elves or men. Their forces did not break. The Maiar, beings of spirit and power, met the dragon fire with shields of pure light, their defensive enchantments causing the flames to splash and dissipate like water against glass. The Valinor elves, their armor gleaming with a light no soot could dim, stood in flawless formations, their arrows singing with spells of unmaking that could find the gaps in a dragon's scaled hide. The initial clash was less a battle and more a collision of elemental forces. The very mountains of the north shook with the impact, and the seas near the coast boiled from the sheer energy being unleashed. High above this chaos, the great eagles, led by the mighty Thorondor, finally found their purpose. No longer mere scouts or isolated defenders, they became the vital aerial cavalry of the host of Valinor. They engaged the lesser dragons in swirling, breathtaking dogfights, tearing at wing membranes with razor-sharp talons and driving the beasts away from the ground forces below. The sky became a second battlefield, a dizzying arena of dueling shrieks, falling scales, and great beasts plummeting from the clouds to crash into the earth, their impacts felt for miles around. Yet at the center of this storm, Ancalagon himself proved why he was Morgoth's masterpiece. He did not merely breathe fire, he exhaled a torrent of primordial destruction, a stream of liquid hatred so potent that even the protective enchantments of the Maiar strained and flickered under its sustained blast. Where his fire touched, the land did not burn. It vaporized, leaving behind glassy, cratered trenches. He moved with a speed belying his immense size, his tail and claws striking with the force of a landslide, swatting entire companies of warriors aside and slaying many mighty Maiar who dared to challenge him directly. For the first time in the long history of the world, the Valar and their host were taking significant losses, and a creature of the fallen world was making them bleed. But in that relentless assault, Ancalagon experienced something entirely new, the absence of fear. His entire existence, his entire strategic purpose, had been predicated on the terror he inspired. He watched the faces of his opponents as he descended upon them, expecting to see the paralyzing dread that had won him so many victories without a fight. Instead, he saw only resolve. The Maiar looked upon him not as an unstoppable monster, but as a complex problem of power that needed to be solved. Their lack of fear was not bravado, but a profound, unshakable certainty in their purpose and their source of strength. This psychological blow was as effective as any physical weapon. For a fleeting moment, a crack appeared in his immense confidence. His attacks, while still devastating, became more measured, more calculating, as he tried to understand an enemy that his primary weapon could not touch. Deep within the trembling fortress of Angband, Morgoth felt this shift through his psychic bond with his creation. He felt the Valar's power not just as a physical army, but as a cleansing wave that was actively disrupting the very spells of domination and fear he had woven into the fabric of the North. His control was slipping. The lesser dragons, who operated on a tighter leash of his will, were becoming confused and disoriented by the opposing spiritual pressure. In a panic, he made a decisive and ultimately fatal strategic error. He issued a blanket command, pulling all of his airborne forces away from their broader targets and concentrating them into a single, overwhelming defensive screen around Ancalagon. The sky cleared of isolated threats, only to coalesce into a single, massive storm of scale and flame centered on the Dragon Lord. It was a terrifying sight, a wall of teeth and fire meant to be the final, impenetrable barrier to his stronghold. The herald of the Valar, the Maiar Eärendil, watched this consolidation with a commander's discerning eye. He saw not just a defensive maneuver, but a revelation of weakness. Morgoth had revealed his hand. By pulling every asset to protect his greatest weapon, he confirmed a critical piece of intelligence that had been theorized but never proven. Ancalagon's immense power was not self-sustaining. It was a siphon, a channel drawing directly from the well of Morgoth's own spirit within the fortified depths of Angband. The dragon was not just a general, he was a focal point, a conduit for the Dark Lord's will. To fight the dragon was to fight a shadow. To defeat the source was to extinguish the shadow entirely. With this clarity, Eärendil shifted the entire strategy of the host. The goal was no longer to achieve air superiority or to grind down the dragon army in a war of attrition. The new objective was surgical and direct. He commanded the great eagles and the most powerful of the Maiar to engage the concentrated dragon screen, not to destroy it, but to occupy it, to create a distraction of their own on a divine scale. Meanwhile, the main force of the Valinorian host, a spearhead of unimaginable power, began its relentless push northward. They would not be drawn into a prolonged battle with the serpent. They were going to march directly to the serpent's head and strike at the heart of the darkness itself, severing the chain of command at its source and leaving the most terrifying creature ever created adrift and alone. The sky above the peaks of Thangarodrim became the stage for the final, defining confrontation of an age. Eärendil, herald of the Valar, ascended to meet the great shadow that was Ancalagon. He did not ride a beast or a chariot. His form was wreathed in a light that was both weapon and shield, a concentration of divine will made manifest. The Dragon Lord, sensing the singular threat this being posed, turned from his broader destruction to face this challenger, and the two titans of power clashed directly above the spires of Morgoth's fortress. Their struggle was so immense that the ash and smoke churned up around them blotted out the sun, plunging the battlefield below into an unnatural, fiery twilight that lasted for an entire day. The sound was not of clashing metal, but of thunderous concussions of pure force, of shrieking scales against blades of light, a storm of power that shook the very foundations of the mountains. Ancalagon fought with the full fury of his corrupted creation, his breath a continuous torrent of primordial fire that could melt stone and scatter armies. Yet Eärendil moved with a grace that defied the dragon's immense size, a master strategist, evading the brute force assaults, studying the patterns of the beast's attacks, and searching for the flaw that the lore masters of Gondolin had theorized. Throughout the long hours of battle, he noticed a subtle, almost imperceptible flicker, a momentary dimming of the malevolent glow deep within the dragon's chest that occurred with every powerful exertion. It was the scar, the spiritual wound inflicted when the heart fire had been momentarily quenched, a place where the dark energies binding the creature together were weaker, less stable. This was not a physical scale to be pierced, but a fracture in the very magic that held the horror together, gathering the light of the West into a single, focus point, a spear of pure, intent-driven energy air, while waited for the perfect moment. As Ancalagon reared back to unleash his most devastating blast, exposing the core of his being for a split second, the herald struck. The spear of light flew true, not aiming to kill the body, but to unravel the spell. It passed through scale and flesh, as if they were mist and struck directly at the weakened, corrupted heart fire within. The effect was instantaneous and catastrophic. Ancalagon did not simply roar. He emitted a world-shattering scream of pure agony that was both physical and spiritual, the sound of a billion binding spells snapping at once. The brilliant, stolen fire at his core flared in a final, violent burst, and then guttered out completely. Devoid of the animating force that gave him life and flight, the immense corpse of the Dragon Lord became merely a mountain of dead flesh and scale. He plummeted from the sky, a falling asteroid of ruin, and crashed directly onto the triple peaks of Thangarodrim. The impact was apocalyptic. The mighty towers, the very symbol of Morgoth's impregnable power, could not withstand the force. They shattered, collapsing in upon themselves and burying the gates of Angband in an avalanche of stone and dust. The earthquake that followed rippled across the entire north, and the final, explosive detonation of the dying heart fire within the ruin lit the sky for a moment with a false, terrible dawn before fading into nothingness. On the battlefield, the death of their general sent a psychic shockwave through the remaining dragons. The lesser beasts, whose minds were more directly tethered to Ancalagon's commanding will, were suddenly cast adrift, their coordinated attacks dissolving into panicked, instinctual fury. They became a disorganized mob instead of an army, turning on each other or fleeing blindly in any direction. The great eagles, seizing the opportunity, fell upon them with renewed ferocity, hunting the scattered remnants from the skies. The host of Valinor advanced now without opposition, their path clear to the broken gates of the Dark Lord's realm. Within the depths of his crumbling fortress, Morgoth felt the death of his masterpiece as a visceral severing, a loss of power so profound it left him spiritually crippled. The panic that flooded him was absolute. Without his dragons, without his greatest weapon, he was exposed. The Valar found him not on a throne, but cowering in the deepest cellar, his grandeur replaced by a whimpering, shrunken malice. There was no grand final battle. He was captured with contemptuous ease, overwhelmed by the very powers he had defied. In an act of poetic justice, he was bound with the unbreakable chain, Angband, a construct of the Valar's own making, echoing the cruel bonds he had once used to torment others. His fortresses were not merely occupied, they were torn down, stone by stone, until no trace of his dominion remained upon the scarred face of the land. As the host of the West made ready to depart, their work of restoration complete, the commanders took stock. The great evil was vanquished, the land was forever changed by the war, and a new age was poised to begin. But their victory, however total, was not without its lingering shadow. Scouts reported that not every dragon had been accounted for. The most cunning and ancient of the worms, those less dependent on Morgoth's direct will, had felt the turning of the tide. They had abandoned the battle early, slithering away into deep, forgotten places of the world, the deepest fissures of the earth, the lightless caves beneath the mountains, the trackless depths of the sea. There they would linger, a dormant legacy of fear left behind by the first Dark Lord. They were fewer and perhaps less mighty, but the memory of their terror was now woven into the very fabric of the world, a dark whisper on the edge of legend, waiting for a future age when shadow might once again begin to stir. With the Dark Lord bound and dragged from his ruined kingdom, the Valar turned their attention to the broken world he left behind. The War of Wrath had been a conflict of such immense power that the very geography of Middle-earth could no longer bear its scars. In a cataclysm of reshaping, entire regions that had been the stage for ages of history were simply undone. Vast swaths of land, including the blood-soaked plains of Anfaglith and the shattered remains of Angband itself, groaned and cracked before sinking beneath the waves of a newly formed, tumultuous sea. Mountain ranges shifted, coastlines were redrawn, and when the tremors finally ceased, the map of the world looked fundamentally different, a permanent, physical testament to the price of defeating such overwhelming evil. The continent of Beleriand, the heartland of so many elven kingdoms and the cradle of their struggle, was almost entirely lost, its once glorious cities and forests now resting in a silent, sunken grave beneath the ocean. For the survivors' elves and the emerging race of men, the new world they inherited was one of both profound loss and fragile opportunity. They emerged from their hiding places not to victory celebrations, but to the somber task of counting the cost and rebuilding from the ashes. The memory of Dragonfire was not just a tale for bards. It was a visceral, generational trauma seared into their collective consciousness. This memory forged a deep and permanent caution, a hard-earned wisdom that the most dangerous weapon was not one that could break bodies, but one that could shatter the spirit. They had learned that fear could be industrialized, weaponized, and unleashed as a force more destructive than any army. This understanding became a cornerstone of their new cultures, a cautionary principle passed down through legends and laws, warning future generations that true strength lay not in the capacity to inflict terror, but in the courage to resist it. In the newly established libraries and scriptoriums of the Second Age, lore masters and scholars, many of whom had witnessed the horrors firsthand, began the critical work of compiling scrolls and histories. Their goal was not merely to record events, but to analyze the nature of the enemy they had faced. These texts, some of the most profound and sorrowful ever written, delved into the fundamental why of the dragons. They concluded that these creatures were never meant to be mere beasts of war, like trolls or wolves. They were something far more sophisticated and insidious, the ultimate embodiment of Morgoth's final, most refined strategy. He had moved beyond simple destruction to a campaign of psychological domination, understanding that a terrified enemy is already half defeated. The dragons were his masterpiece of despair, designed to make the free peoples feel small, helpless, and utterly alone in the face of an incomprehensible power. Yet, these same scrolls also documented the critical flaw in his grand design, the reason his strategy ultimately failed. The dragon's terrifying efficiency was entirely dependent on Morgoth's constant, micromanaging will. They were extensions of his own mind, and without his intense focus to guide them, they devolved into disorganized, instinct-driven beasts, or worse, turned on each other. This centralized control was a catastrophic vulnerability. The lore masters contrasted this with the strength of their own alliance, the unity and courage of diverse peoples who, despite their differences, chose to stand together. Morgoth's weapon required absolute control and isolation to function, but it could not endure against a force built on cooperation, shared purpose, and the stubborn, defiant courage of individuals who refused to be broken. His entire philosophy, based on domination and fear, was ultimately weaker than the bonds of fellowship and hope. And so, as new kingdoms rose from the ruins and songs of the New Age were first sung, a whisper began to weave its way through the happier tales, a lingering echo of the old dread. scouts and rangers brought back strange reports from the northern wastes and the deepest, most lightless caves of the world. Vast, unusual rock formations that seemed to breathe with a slow, geothermal heat, or the occasional, inexplicable absence of wildlife in a particular valley. The wise did not dismiss these accounts as mere fancy. They knew that in the frantic chaos of the war's end, not every dragon had been hunted down. The most ancient and cunning of the worms, the ones who had learned to think and survive with a degree of independence, were believed to have slumbered in hidden places, their immense forms buried under centuries of rock and ice. They were a dormant legacy, a sleeping potential for terror left behind by the first Dark Lord, a silent question mark on the edge of the world's memory, waiting for no one knew what. And so the world turned, and the age of elves gave way to the age of men. The great wars and the terrible fire faded from living memory, softening into the stuff of legend and nursery rhyme. Across the new kingdoms of men and the reclaimed halls of the dwarves, the dragon transformed from a historical terror into a potent cultural symbol, a dark archetype woven into the very fabric of their stories. It became the ultimate metaphor for greed, for a hoarding, isolated power that devours itself in its own isolation. In their myths, the dragon was no longer just a monster to be slain by a hero. It was a warning. It represented the danger of ambition without wisdom, of strength without compassion, and the crucial importance of resisting the cold despair that allows such evils to grow unchallenged in the dark. The very word dragon came to mean a seemingly insurmountable obstacle, a trial of spirit as much as of strength, a reminder that some battles are fought not with swords, but with courage. In the quiet scriptoriums and nascent universities, a different kind of keeper emerged, the scholar. These men and women, armed with curiosity rather than weapons, pored over the few, fragmented records that survived the cataclysm. They debated the strategic legacy of Morgoth with a detached, academic fervor. One school of thought argued his creation of the dragons was the pinnacle of tactical genius, a weapon so perfectly designed to exploit psychological weakness that it nearly won him the world without a final, grand army. They saw it as a brutal, efficient form of warfare that bypassed fortifications to strike directly at the enemy's will to fight. The opposing viewpoint, however, held that this was not genius, but his ultimate folly. By crafting a horror of such absolute and overwhelming power, Morgoth had overreached so spectacularly that he broke the long-standing non-intervention Pact of the Valar. His dragons were not a masterstroke, but a provocation so severe it forced the gods themselves to descend from the west and personally unmake his kingdom. In this light, his strategy was a catastrophic miscalculation, an arrogance that sowed the seeds of his own utter and complete ruin. High above the concerns of men and scholars, the great eagles, led by the venerable Gwaihir and his kin, took up a silent, eternal vigil. They became the guardians of the high places, their keen eyes perpetually scanning the mist-shrouded peaks and the deep, shadowed valleys for any sign that the old evil might stir once more. Their watch was a living promise, a continuation of their ancient role as the counterpoint to the winged shadow. They were the unblinking sentinels against the return of the dragon kin, a reminder that while the world had healed, it had not forgotten. Meanwhile, a profound melancholy settled over the elves who remained. The weight of the full, unvarnished truth of those wars, the beauty lost, the friends consumed by flame. The sheer scale of the despair they had overcome became a bittersweet burden. One by one, they heeded the call of the sea, boarding white ships and departing the shores of Middle-earth. They carried the complete history with them to the undying lands, leaving behind a world that remembered only the echo of the song, not its full, tragic verse. Yet, not all of the truth departed. In a secluded valley, in the last homely house east of the sea, a single repository of knowledge was preserved. Within the hidden library of Rivendell, under the care of Lord Elrond, a unique scroll rested in a chamber of cedar wood and quiet light. It was not a chronicle of kings or a map of battles, but a philosophical and strategic treatise titled Of Fear, Flame, and the Final Strategy of the Enemy. This parchment detailed the core revelation of the war, that the darkest and most effective evils often begin not with an overt show of force, but with a calculated campaign to paralyze the heart. It argued that Morgoth's greatest weapon was never the fire itself, but the anticipation of the fire, the shadow it cast over the mind long before it ever touched the skin. This scroll served as Elrond's quiet warning to the ages to come, a testament that the most crucial battles are always fought within the human spirit, long before they are ever won on the field, and that the most enduring legacy of any great evil is not ruin, but the fear of ruin's return. Centuries later, in a quiet study lined with books that smelled of aged parchment and beeswax, an old scholar leaned over his desk, his face illuminated by a single, dancing candle flame. The world outside had changed. The great kingdoms of old were dust, and new realms had risen in their place. In his gnarled hands, he held a fragile scroll, its edges crumbling the very treatise from Lord Elrond's library, a relic saved from the ruin of ages. As he read the elegant script, he was not merely learning history, he was listening to a whisper from the edge of oblivion. The words spoke not of glorious battles, but of a more insidious war, one fought in the silent spaces between heartbeats, where fear takes root. He understood then that Morgoth's true victory would not have been won by melting mountains, but by convincing every heart that the light was already lost. He traced a passage with a trembling finger, a section detailing the desperate alliance between dwarves and elves, forged not in a time of strength, but in the crucible of shared terror. He read of Fingolfin's ride, not as a king's folly, but as a calculated act of distraction that proved even the darkest will could be fractured. And he read of Eärendil's voyage, a journey fueled not by certainty, but by a hope so fragile it was almost a prayer. These were not just events, they were answers. The scroll laid bare the profound truth that the dragon's fire was never the real enemy. The true adversary was the despair that fire sought to kindle in every soul, a despair that could make strong men falter and cause allies to turn inward, suspecting one another in their isolation. Closing the heavy cover of the book, the scholar sat back, the weight of its lessons settling upon him. The dragons were gone, their physical forms returned to dust and myth. But the capacity for that kind of terror, the tyranny that seeks to dominate not just land but the very human spirit that remained, it was a seed that could lie dormant in any age, in any heart that chose power over compassion, control over community, and fear over hope. He realized that the responsibility laid out in the scroll was not for a chosen few heroes of legend, but for every generation that followed. It was a perpetual duty to remember, to recognize the same old shadows when they appeared in new forms, and to choose unity over division. His candle flickered suddenly, stirred by a draft from under the door. For a single, heart-stopping moment, the shifting flame cast a long, undulating shadow on the wall behind the bookshelf, a shape that curved like a vast, serpentine wing. The old man's breath caught in his chest, a primal chill tracing his spine as the memory of every dragon tale he had ever read surfaced in his mind. Then he blinked, and the moment passed. The shadow was just a shadow, a simple trick of the light and a weary mind. He smiled, a soft, knowing sigh escaping his lips. The beast was not real, but the memory of it was. And that was the point. The shadow of the dragon would always linger, not as a threat, but as a caution, a permanent reminder etched into the story of the world, urging all who would listen to guard their light and their hearts against the long night.